Good morning and welcome to SEA-1 Thalassa, the official talk show, Thalassa About It, where we talk all things analog. I'm your host, Gabriel Bugay, and today we will be kicking off the mission. We have a very special speech from our flight director, Alan Young, so I'll turn it over to Alan.
Okay, good morning. Mike's good, right? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Before we take the shift today, I'd like to share a few remarks. So today is my first shift as the flight director for Southeast Analog on our inaugural SEA-1 mission, Thalassa. I am incredibly proud of the work that each and every one of the Southeast Analog team has done to get us to this point. We would not be here without every single team member contribution, from our suit designers to our finance team, to our research team, to our logistics team, from our astronaut training team to our MCC design team. Most importantly, we would not be here without our crew and the flight control team. All of you that have trained so hard to keep our crew safe for this mission. SEA flight directors will be borrowing a time-honored tradition from NASA flight directors, where each one of us will choose a call sign, which will be revealed on each of our first shifts. It is my hope that when SEA grows beyond its humble beginnings, SEA will continue to grow its core of student flight controllers and roster of student flight directors. These future leaders will build upon the foundation that this team has created and continue working to achieve excellence. For my team today, I want you to know that over the past 8 months, you have shown true dedication towards ensuring that this mission is a success. So, let's continue to embody the traits that my call sign will evoke. We strive to be wise. We strive to be brave and courageous. We strive for total preparation such that our fortunes are favorable and so that we have the power to alter the outcome. Wisdom, bravery, courage, good fortune, and power. In Chinese mythology, the dragon is the creature that embodies these traits. As a Chinese American, I am proud of my heritage and of the perspective that I can bring as humans continue to explore the boundaries of science and engineering. That is why I've chosen the call sign Dragonflight. In Chinese, 龙星在天 means that dragons take this to the skies to claim their domain. Today, that domain is the exploration of the unknown. On this patch, I will also direct you to another central focus. In Chinese history, purple is tied to the North Star, 紫金星. In American tradition, my birth month is represented by my favorite gemstone, amethyst. So, SEA Flight Director number 1 shall be encased in the amethyst crystal of the North Star, guiding all of us towards the future as humanity advances towards Mars habitation. And as humanity advances towards Mars habitation, the dragon guards us and keeps us safe as well. This team will be the one to take to the skies and beyond and claim its scientific rewards. With that, Dragon team, let's take flight to a new age of analog astronaut missions. Head to the flight loop and stand by to take the shift.
All right, what a fantastic speech, Alan. Today I'm joined by a very special guest, Dr. Judd Reedy, the director of the Georgia Tech Space Research Institute, as well as our very first sponsor. Dr. Reedy, how are you doing today?
Doing very well. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us on our opening day.
It's an exciting morning for sure. I'm glad to see the missions started off, crews inside the hab, and things are proceeding on.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how far things have come in just 11 months.
Not even a year.
I know. So, well, I'm going to get into some questions with you. So, first, what kind of drew you into aerospace? I know that you were talking to me earlier and you were talking about your degrees in electrical engineering, material science. Like, what really brought you into aerospace engineering?
Yeah, my dad liked space a lot, so therefore I liked space growing up as a small kid in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And since first grade, I wanted to be an astronaut. And so space just continuously interested me. And being a kid, you don't know anything other than aerospace engineering. I actually am a material scientist by training with electrical engineering minor. And that is still very much involved in space. We've got a mission on the space station right now, testing solar cells, for instance. So you can be involved in aerospace without being an aerospace engineer, and I think a lot of people don't recognize that, that you want to be a rocket scientist. Well, there's dozens and dozens of people in the mission control behind us here that are not aerospace engineers. So it's what drew me there is astronautics, to me physically flying in space. I don't see that happening unless I hit the lottery here or the Powerball, but it's very exciting to see others do it, to be enabling others to do it, to do this analog mission where you aren't just college students pretending to be astronauts. This is high rigor, very high fidelity, time delays, everything. It's exceptionally real.
Yeah, well, thank you, because I mean, one of the things we were trying to avoid is kind of giving the impression that we're just a role-playing organization. So I'm glad that you recognize all the research behind it, because that's exactly what we strive to be, is a research organization. And as a center program initiative recipient, we are trying to be more in that, like, lean more into the research focus of this. And that's why, I mean, we have several research projects on board, and are hopefully going to have even more next year.
Yeah, it's clearly an R&D effort. It's not a role-playing effort at all. That it's, you're testing actual research in Arkansas while the mission control is here in Atlanta, operating a rover in Bolivia. So it's just truly impressive that it's a very authentic research, that people will cite this work in their work going forward. That this is not
sure hope so.
This is not just like a little capstone design or something like that. This is an authentic research program led almost exclusively by students. We've got Professor Carr as the faculty advisor, but he's mainly the signatory. And he's certainly involved from that perspective, but it's really the students, both undergraduate and graduate, both Georgia Tech and a lot of non-Georgia Tech, that are driving this.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to Dr. Carr's expectations that he has laid out for us at the beginning, we understood from the start that he wanted us to be a fully student-led organization. He wanted to influence the organization as little as possible and be there to support us when we needed him to support us. So it's amazing that we had such an amazing faculty advisor. I mean, we still do, but it's amazing that he continues to provide that support for us, especially when we didn't have, like, kind of a sense of direction. He forced us to really provide our own sense of direction instead of relying on somebody else to spoon feed it to us.
Faculty, for the students, we try to be the grease and the glue, where the students are the machine that make it actually happen. Yeah,
well, I mean, you guys have certainly helped with that.
We're proud to do it, and we hope to keep doing it as well.
Yeah.
It's obviously off to an early success, and we'll see how the next 10 days play out, but sure does feel like it's going to be have years and years of this project.
Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking a little bit about the project, since you were our first ever sponsor back in December, what can you tell us about, like, what interested you in Southeast Analog in taking on this initiative to give us the funding that we needed?
Yeah, so the Space Research Institute has a CPI program, Centers Programs Initiative. It's a tiered seed grant structure to help elevate nascent ideas to be ultimately externally funded, with a couple commas in the price tag of that external funding, hopefully. And so we put out the call. We've got 17 different responses back, and they were reviewed by committees that looked at their scientific merit, the educational merit, the commercialization merit, all the different scores. And SEA I don't know if it was the very top one, but it was very, very high up, top 3 for sure. And then we realized it was a student organization, and it never occurred to us that the CPI could be led by students. And so we're like, all right, well, we've got to make sure that we get a faculty advisor connected to this, but why not? That this is good. Let's fund this. This is worthy of our support, and it's just burning wildly out of control in a good way.
Yeah.
So we're very pleased that we could add those seed funds, but you've gotten orders of magnitude more funding from others than what we initially provided. So happy to start that, happy to continue to support it, but that's really the point of the seed grant, is to get over that little activation energy barrier, and then start rolling rapidly downhill with accumulating funds and resources and personnel and, you know, challenging hypotheses to test, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly.
And the partnerships. I really want to hear about this Bolivia partnership, because this has come into play just very recently, right? I mean, it's
yeah, Bolivia has been with us since they were one of our research project applicants. I don't know if they were in phase 1 or phase 2, but they were accepted in January.
excellent.
And since then, we've been working with them, and we've just been trying to support each other. They want to test out their rover with us, and we want to provide them a platform to do that. And so we actually worked, and we provided them a little bit of funding to help them get their research off the ground and build their rover. So, I mean, especially when you have to think about the other markets across the world too, how accessible are these parts that these people are trying to access, and really gauge, okay, what can we fund and what should we have them fund on their own? And that's kind of some recent developments that we've been able to work with them, and they have it built, and they'll be in the salt flats, I believe, next week for 3 days, where our astronauts will control that remotely from, I think, even just a laptop.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
I don't even think it's a laptop. I think it's a pad, an iPad kind of thing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to all these different experiments and the results that come from it.
Especially since a lot of this is proof of concept for a lot of these
100%.
People and their projects, and it's amazing that when we were given a platform by SRI, we were able to share that platform with other people.
And that's the whole point of what we're trying to do at the Space Research Institute, is create a hub for space activity. We don't necessarily do the space activity ourselves at the Space Research Institute. We want to facilitate just dozens and dozens of other entities, whether they're here at Georgia Tech, whether they're in Bolivia, whether they're commercialization here in Midtown Atlanta, or partnering with companies that are multinational. That's what we want to do, is facilitate space exploration.
Well, that kind of leads into my next question for you. Can you explain a little bit about why the Space Research Institute was established and what you kind of do there? So I know you touched a little bit on what you do with a lot of the facilitating funding with these initiatives and supporting, but can you go a little bit more in depth?
Sure. So I'm the executive director for the Space Research Institute. We've only been in business for slightly over a year. Last July, we're formed, but the space enterprise at Georgia Tech has been going on for decades. We were involved, you know, we could go all the way back to John Young in the 1950s as an astronaut during the Gemini Apollo shuttle. He was a student, you know, not too far from where we're sitting right here in aerospace engineering.
Maybe he read one of these books back here.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And we started doing research long before I came to Georgia Tech during the shuttle period, mostly material science research through the long duration exposure facility. Then we started getting more prominent in space activities. Bobby Braun, who was also chief scientist at NASA, was faculty here at Georgia Tech, and he started, among with others, an organization called CSTAR, the Center for Space Technology and Research. This is roughly 15 years ago now at this point, and we started doing significant work. We've got world-renowned experts: Glenn Lightsey, Tom Orlando, Brian Gunter, Mario Borowitz, 100 faculty at Georgia Tech doing space-related research, all preeminent space research, whether it's engineering, whether it's studying black holes, whether it's studying astrobiology, international affairs and public policy, even studying how space is portrayed in science fiction. Across all 7 colleges of Georgia Tech. So we facilitate that through the R&D seed funds. We facilitate it through offering and helping to assist with certificates, particularly professional education certificates for people that are already graduated from college that want to maintain their technical skills. For instance, they're working building black boxes for spacecraft on a shop floor, maintaining the certifications to do that. Or if they want to learn about public policy related to space, we offer these professional education classes. And then the third pillar is the commercialization of the research. We want to commercialize the intellectual property that's coming out of Georgia Tech. You could very well think about Southeast Analog starting to charge people that make, there's businesses out there that do these types of things to create the resources to make them even more high fidelity. We also want to enable non-Georgia Tech entities to access space, to leverage space for human benefit.
Yeah, well, with Southeast Analog, one of the things we strive to be is accessible. So with funding from external sources, it really elevates us to not have to use our internal students to charge them money. But I mean, we have taken on a small dues of like $15.
Yep, and I think that's probably required for the student government allocations that you've been getting. I think you always have to have a very small amount of dues. So, but again, it's about multiplying that, leveraging that initial little seed investment and multiplying it out 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and because I'm sure that as you go through this week, you'll be highlighting some of the technologies involved. They're not cheap. I mean, you got a dozen high-end displays back there. Really nice computers, and so it's space is not cheap.
It is not. I mean, this mission alone has cost roughly $50,000 for this first year. I mean, I'm surprised we were able to pull it all together, but we really utilized our external resources and put everybody to work to make sure that we were all focused. I mean, we had engineers doing business, and
a lot of
all of us,
on-the-job training. Huh?
Yeah, a lot of on-the-job training. And I mean, I can speak for myself. I've been doing a lot of finance and communications and just marketing. Just a few days ago, we actually launched our merch shop, so we have more branding going out, and we're trying to keep like the prices on that as low as we can so that people can wear Southeast Analog and show the world Southeast Analog and inspire more people to do the same and grow that momentum that we've been building. And I mean, it's just amazing to see. We've been getting partnership requests, and recently I think we were nominated for the Moonshot Award.
Excellent.
So,
and you got what, almost a dozen different sponsors so far, not to mention the individual people. These are
I know there's been a lot of. I think if we didn't have some of the amazing individuals who believed in us without a proof of concept, then this mission wouldn't fly.
And I think how good it's going to go now that you do have this
I
proof
know.
of concept. Look,
That's
this is
exactly
what
we're thinking.
You mentioned that it cost $50,000. I want to say that's more of an investment than an expense. If you want to think of it that way, that is just going to be leveraged over and over again and just continue to multiply.
Exactly.
And add commas to that bottom line over and over again.
And all of that money will just go into advancing our mission of providing an accessible analog to North American students.
Right.
And I mean, hopefully, eventually we'll be able to expand more internationally. I mean, right now we're just trying to focus on spreading to other states. We have a chapter starting at University of Central Florida. We have talk of chapters starting in a couple other states, but just really trying to provide students the space to be involved with Southeast Analog. And eventually in our plans, we hope to build our own pressurized analog habitat that's self-sufficient. That scares me a little bit because I see building contracts, I see funding, but I mean, it's something that we really want to work on over time, and it'll definitely be something that'll take years to work on, but I hope that we can plant the seeds now and really get that moving so that eventually Georgia Tech can be known as a hub for analog research.
We're already
not
known,
just rocketry.
thanks to what you're doing. Already getting known. And the most successful projects happen from the ground up when it's driven by the users and the people that really believe. If his director said, "Thou shalt create Southeast Analog, and here's a little bit of money to get it going," none of this would have happened.
Yeah,
But it
exactly.
took the enthusiasm of you and the whole team. I mean, you've got several dozen, maybe 100. How many student members do you have?
I think we sit around 60 active members, and that number is only rising. I mean, we'll have our onboarding process beginning here in a few weeks, and with that, we will start to recruit the next generation of Southeast Analog members.
And
'Cause
sharing
a
your
good
best,
amount are-
sharing your best practices with all these other universities
Exactly.
to help them create their own chapters that then collaborate. It's only going to lead to success.
Exactly.
It's going to be really good.
We want to, I mean, if there's more competition that does sprout out, we'll be happy to work with them.
We want competition.
Yeah.
First of all, it makes us better because we want to remain at the forefront of that competition. But it gives accessibilities to others who may not be able to travel as far or
Exactly.
expenses, and it shows that we're becoming a spacefaring society, that we're training the next generation workforce in just excruciatingly fine detail, very rigorous science to, as soon as they get out of college, or maybe they don't even finish college, maybe they start their own company, to be ready for the coming space economy. It's already here. It's not really coming. It's here. And
I
it's
know.
been here.
With the amount of startups I've seen in just the past 5 years, I'm like, holy crap! I can't see where we're gonna. Like, I can't imagine how far we're gonna be in another 5 years.
Space Research Institute has a funding from the Braverman family and their Creations VC to support 15 startups. And so it was originally intended to be 5, 5, and 5 across 3 years. This first year, we were oversubscribed, as they say in the VC world, and we got 6. Hopefully this second year, now that the word is out and those 100 faculty inside the space community here at Georgia Tech have heard about it, hopefully we fill out 9 this next year, and I can go back to Steve and say, let's keep this party going, because it's working out really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see all that comes out of SRI as well, especially since you guys were new too. So just
July 1st. I mean, you talked about
started
11 months for you. You were like 13 months old for Space Research Institute. So
young organizations supporting young organizations.
Well, maybe that's why we get along so well.
Yeah, I mean, we're having other organizations that are more established coming to us asking if we can help them establish a chapter here for their organization, and we're like, yeah, we'd love to work with you, because we're here for the advancement of space research and for humanity to really experience spaceflight, human spaceflight to the fullest extent. And so we're just excited to see where everything is going. And I mean, everything has to start, like all space concepts started on Earth. So concepts for a Martian colony, a lunar colony, whether that's for research or long-term stay, or both, that's like something we got to test out here on Earth, and which is why we need more of these analog programs and more space research to develop out of these.
The Space Research Institute was originally intended to support faculty-based research, and the best product of Georgia Tech is our students. So last year was a key emphasis on the research, kind of faculty-based research. This second year, we very much want to get the student activities involved, and you're kicking it off just incredibly well right here, right at the start of the semester. So that's something that we want to do with Georgia Tech Space Week, is have a very strong student presence at that. We got over 130 abstracts submitted for that week. Yeah, plus we already had a couple dozen invited speakers already lined up. So it's shaping up to be a really solid slate of speakers and talks. A lot by students, a lot by faculty from Georgia Tech, a lot from non-Georgia Tech entities as well. Just once again demonstrating that Georgia Tech can be and is the epicenter of space research here in the Southeast.
Really, it truly is. I'm going to go into our next 2 questions, and I'll send you on your way soon after. But how do analog missions advance our understandings of human space exploration? I mean, we talked a little bit about how it provides the foundation for our understanding of a long-term actual space colony, but can you talk a little bit about that?
It's the realism, it's the planning, it's the working through the problems. I'm sure that your mission plan has you're going to throw in some problems just to kind of test things out.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's going to create its own problems along the way. Every good engineering.
I mean, today we've experienced
yeah,
those,
already with the different comm loops and everything.
Uh-huh.
I was listening in on that. So it's the realism that this brings. That it just the experiential learning. Like any student across the country could read about how you do this in a textbook. The same textbook could go around, but it's when you actually do it, the lab experience is where it comes to be. And Georgia Tech, you know, going back to the 1800s when it was created, was always it was two buildings up there on the hill. There was the classroom building, the tech tower now, and then the shop building, which is no longer there because it's burned down like 3 times, and just didn't build it back the last time. And students would spend the first half in class, and then the second half of the day in shop. And shop is different than lab.
Yeah.
Like lab, you kind of know what the outcome is. There's going to be X number of droplets of this to titrate such a solution. But the shop has a lot of unknowns. And so that's exactly what you're venturing into. You think you have things figured out because you've done all this planning over this past 11 months. But there'll be things that you recognize that you missed. There'll be things that you recognize that maybe you overplanned for, that you spent way too many resources on something that ended up. So that's what interests me is just doing this. You know, it's if you play athletics, they talk about play like you practice, practice like you play. And so it's the realism that's going on in that room there with the time delay out to a missile silo in Arkansas with the operating rovers in the Brazilian salt flats.
Yeah.
It's just really impressive, y'all. I mean, it really is.
I mean, like, if you kind of think of the shop a little bit, the shop building, I mean, they didn't know the outcomes, and it makes you wonder if some of that unknown idea of the outcomes kind of led to also the 3 fires that happened in the building.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I mean, we've experienced on our own end some of those like small fires that we've been putting out actively, but it's the small fires that push you to learn. And we've really learned exactly how to configure our setups by having a lot of pressure on us to do so. Or, I mean, yesterday was when we set up for the Mission Control Center and the Habitat. Both were happening simultaneously, several states apart.
Yep.
And I mean, our setup crew didn't arrive.
Yeah, Jacob was in Arkansas last night, and now he's here.
Yeah, he slept in the car, and then he got dropped off here this morning at 5 a.m. and just got to work. And I mean, I left where I was staying at like 5:30, and that was when the other people from the setup crew arrived.
Yeah.
So
it's the commitment.
Yeah,
it really is. Y'all are bought in. I mean, everybody is fully part of this team. Like, there's nobody that's like just gonna like walk out and say forget this while it's going on.
Everyone has had such great effort and dedication that has really showed us that we picked the right people for this first mission.
It's been a rigorous selection all throughout. And,
Yeah.
And it's also been a self-selection. Some people, I would imagine, got involved and realized, hey, maybe this is not for me. This is I've got other things going on. This is going to be a pretty huge time commitment. So it's a naturally evolving beast.
It really is. Well, I'm going to wrap this up with you in the next 3 minutes so that we can send you on your way. I know we've taken a lot of your time this morning.
No worries. I'm looking forward to the next week and a half.
Awesome.
I would sleep on that cot out there if I could.
Feel free to visit anytime. I mean, there will always be some interesting things going on. Today we don't have, we've confirmed with our CTOs, which are our training officers, that we will not have very many
no anomalies.
We won't have anomalies today that are planned because, as you've seen, we've already had enough real anomalies that we've been having to work through and troubleshoot. But as soon as we're full go for mission simulation, when we've confirmed that we aren't going to have any, or not very many large real anomalies,
start throwing the wrenches out.
Yeah, well, it'll just start coming in, and you know, we'll learn that the habitat is depressurizing, or that the CO2 scrubber isn't working, which all of this, again, is simulated. So we aren't actually putting our astronauts in there at risk for their lives.
Good.
we do just want to get their problem solving on a 20-minute time delay. I mean, 40 minutes round trip.
That's the
So,
interesting part, really.
yeah.
Really it is.
really trusting your astronauts to do things autonomously.
Because you can't have a conversation
Yeah,
over
we
20
can't.
minutes. You can give a monologue and then wait for their monologue to come back.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, like, we're just looking forward to see how these amazing people work over the next week and a half, I guess. And
Well, thank you for pulling this all together. Thank you for the leadership that
Yeah.
you personally have demonstrated.
thank you.
Vic and Alan and the whole team. I could name everybody.
I know, I don't think I can imagine
Yeah.
a better leadership
Hopefully we
team.
scroll everybody's name somewhere on this on the credits here
Yeah.
at some point, because every last one of them contributed, and without every last one of them, this mission would not be the success that it's already shaping up to be. It already has been and will be.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time
Enjoy
today.
it. Thank you, Gabe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just take you off the show real quick, and we'll bring on our next people, and we'll send you on with your day. Have fun at the Georgia Tech football
That's
game.
right. We've got an opening day fan date right over about 100 yards that way that I'm going to
Yeah.
pick up my bobblehead doll right now.
Yeah, go pick up your bobblehead doll. You don't want to forget that.
That's right. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, and have a great rest of your day. And I will just take Leslie and Wendy. Do you want to join me on the show? All right. I'll get this. There you go. All right. There you go. Okay. So, Leslie and Wendy, do you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, and I could start off with that. Hello everyone, I am Leslie Nava. I'm head of communications. I am part of Georgia Institute of Technology. I am a second year going to my third year this new semester, and I am studying aerospace engineering. I'm really grateful to be part of Southeast Analog, especially starting off with it. So yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wendy Morara. I am part of the Public
Affairs
Officer. Sorry about that. And I'm an aerospace engineering major at Arizona State. I'm a junior, and I'm really excited to be here and to see how this mission is gonna go and how much Southeast Analog is gonna grow.
All right, and I guess I never really introduced myself on the talk show. I just said I'm your host. Well, I'm Gabriel Bugai. I am a rising second year aerospace engineering major here at Georgia Tech, and I am a public affairs officer as well as the next president of Southeast Analog. So starting August 20th, I will be leading the organization to hopefully grow and expand our impact to really include a lot more people the way we've always hoped it would. So today, I just wanted to, let's just talk about the mission.
Yeah, I mean, let's go for it.
Yeah. So what has been your favorite part about preparing for the mission?
I guess my favorite part so far, I'm like really huge in like photography, videography, just making sure that we're kind of bringing the story and sharing it to the public. And that's what we do like as part of communications, also public affairs officers, is bringing the story to you guys, the public. So my favorite part was just like being able to see all the clips come together, seeing the story come together, the people, the astronauts to the flight controller, just being able to see them connected as individuals from all over the nation, like from all over the states, from variety of schools, not just Georgia Tech, being able to see them connect, talk about space, their love for space. We're all space nerds. So just being able to communicate and just gain our network just like that has been my favorite part of this mission so far. And also, I love developing the website, just be able to connect the colors and like the wordings has been such a great time for me. So if you enjoy the website, thank you to all of us. But yeah.
I mean, truly, you two have done so much with that website. I checked it out the other day and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know they updated it. It looks so amazing.
Did you ever see the fast one?
Yes, I did see the first
Okay,
one with
yeah.
it had like the dude walking out of the little dome.
Yeah.
Or even before we went to Squarespace, right?
Yeah, those are
The
those are
very
other
first
ones,
one.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what that looked like. I just remember
It's
it.
like a simple, kind of vibey.
It was
website.
Whitney's idea how we first started the
Yeah,
website.
it was like,
actually.
okay, let's just put something out
Mhm.
as we work on something else on the background.
Mhm.
But that had like, I think you worked for at that time
Yeah.
because you just needed something out.
Yeah.
And it was like a placeholder
Mhm.
for what we actually have right now. So it's been an interesting thing to just. Oh, the interesting part is also like learning how to code.
Yeah,
That
that
was,
Yeah.
That was interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I was surprised. I was
for
like,
sure.
I thought a lot of it was like the building blocks, and then I was like, wait, you're over here typing away, coding all of this to make sure that the website looks like a professional,
Yeah.
real business
Right.
website. I mean,
For
we
sure.
are, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think when I joined SEA, I was
Mhm.
just looking for something to do. So
Mhm.
when I reached out to Southeast Analog through LinkedIn, because that's how I found out
Mhm.
about Southeast Analog, I was like, okay, I'll just do anything. And then Leslie was the one who, and then she asked me, can you code a website? I was like, no, but we're trying to figure it out. So 11 months later, actually less than that, right?
Yeah.
Less than that,
Yeah.
we've been able to figure it out, I guess. Yeah.
It's really amazing what you guys have done with the website. I mean, just even the other day we launched the merch shop, and
Yeah.
Leslie, like, instantly, I asked her to put it into the website to embed it, and then in like 2 minutes later, I got a link that's like, okay, it's updated. And I'm like, I thought this was gonna be like a couple days,
Right.
but no, that was really amazing.
I think it was also like it was just in the background
Mhm.
for something, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so it was already prepared, just waiting for the website or
Yeah.
for the.
The thing with HTML coding, that's how we are able to code and develop like sections for our website. It's repetitive. So if you want to build a paragraph into a page, you want to like insert some images, you can just copy and paste the code we already use from other pages and implement them into this new website page.
Yeah.
For example, the merch page that we developed like literally yesterday night. So yeah.
Yeah.
My computer started talking to me.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, real quick, I just wanted to put out into the live stream that later on we'll be answering questions on the talk show. And if you have any questions, whether it's about website development or if it's about the astronauts or just literally anything you want to ask us, put it in our live chat and tag it with Ask C, and we will get back to those questions towards the end of the stream. But I mean, more about the mission itself. How did you guys kind of feel going like throughout the time? I know it was a really steep roller coaster a lot of the times. It would be a lot of ups and downs, sometimes more downs than ups, and then sometimes more ups than downs, but overall, very, very, like, you never really know what the future of the organization looks like until we get closer.
Right. Yeah. So the space mission itself, first off, it sounds really complicated, and it is. First, I thought it was only like making sure the research projects that come together, the astronauts are trained, etc. But then when we look at the communication side of it, there's a lot of things going behind the scenes. Meaning we have to record videos, we have to photograph them, we have to put out things on Instagram to make sure the public are informed about this in the first place. You have to make updates on the website, and then do B-rolls for this live stream. So yeah, a lot of things that we had to do in order to get prepared for this mission. And I'm just happy we had this team together to kind of like divide our tasks and be able to upload those on time. But yeah, we're currently working on those items too at this moment. So I mean, so far we're liking it so far. So I can't believe we actually made this happen. I'm just so excited, and I'm pumped up to see how we're able to build the legacy of human spaceflight. For sure.
Exactly.
I think the most interesting part about this whole thing is just to understand what goes on behind a real space mission. Sometimes when you watch even like NASA, when they do their space missions and everything, I don't think personally, I don't think I understood how much goes behind that whole MCC place.
Yeah, none of
Like,
it.
yeah,
I didn't know.
like
Yeah.
I thought it was just like people showing up and just doing, and then it's just a bunch of people trying to figure it out. But now that we went through all the training, so now we have a better understanding about what goes through behind a mission control center. For sure. Like you hear about Houston, or like, now I understand what actually goes on behind.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting. I feel like now I even feel more. as if I was not interested in space before, but now I feel even more interested in
Yeah.
space. Yeah,
Mhm.
for sure.
Definitely has curated a lot more interest and professional development.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much of a professional development organization this would end up being, but I feel like I'm being developed professionally. So,
Yeah, you even you even like figure out, oh, there's actually different ways you can get into space
mhm,
and you can contribute to space. You actually even understand like different careers that
mhm,
are in the space industry, because like Dr. Judd said, people just think it's just aerospace engineering,
mhm.
and there's a lot that goes behind making a space mission successful.
Yeah. I mean, if you're designing a heat shield for a rocket, you need a lot of material science there. Or
Sure.
if you're designing the computer in the rocket to tell it how to operate, I mean, you need a lot of electrical and computer engineers. Like, and even beyond that, like, if you want your mission to be a success, you need a lot of really talented people
Yeah.
who know business, who know economics, who know finance,
Yeah,
who know
to even-
law.
how to even design
Yeah.
a mission by itself.
Yeah.
Like a
I mean,
mission, like-
systems engineers, like, I feel like the space industry is one of the most interdisciplinary industries out there, and people don't realize that. They see it as just aerospace. But like, you can go into the space industry as like with a communications degree,
Even
or
someone who does agriculture.
Yeah.
Think about the food that eating in space.
yeah,
Think about it. There's
yeah,
people who have to
dietitians,
develop-
nutritionists.
All like I really. Can you guys think about like something you wouldn't need in space? Like what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
The
Plumbers.
materials, right, exactly.
Like,
Installers in
because
space.
if you're living in space, it's literally like living here on Earth. You need all these resources.
Yeah.
And like, you need people who are able to adapt to the space environment with their education and really like put to use what they've learned over the years.
Yeah.
So like, even when it comes to something as simple as, or not actually, there's nothing simple about surgery,
Oh,
but
no.
surgery, like surgery robots are having to become a thing because you can't just put a surgeon on board in space. And also, I wouldn't want them to, like, imagine your surgeon's like floating over your body while you're like, they have a scalpel. So it's better if you're like strapped to a table or whatever and have a surgical robot doing work on you. And it's like, soon we're gonna have Project Hail Mary real. Hopefully not the plot line where our son is dying, because I don't want to die of famine on Earth.
Yeah.
Because you know most of the people did in the movie once Dr. Strat got her data and everything. But you never know. I mean, like, all of these things get put to use, and it's great to see like humanity's effort in advancing humanity, not just one country.
Yeah.
I know a lot of it is fueled by country incentives, but like, there's a lot of
Science
yeah.
and engineering
it's just
and
it's a
medicine.
human curiosity to want to go further in space.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's really important right now, because when we do that in space, it kind of also advances the technology back here on Earth. I feel like that's why we need all these space missions that
Exactly.
we do right now.
Our
So-
iPhones,
Yeah,
like
for sure.
the memory foam on like my mattress topper. This stuff wouldn't exist without. I mean, I need GPS everywhere. I used Apple Maps last night to get to the place I was staying, so it's like you got to rely on
Imagine a
space.
world without GPS?
Oh my gosh, no.
I don't know how our grandparents did it.
I know they have like giant paper map while they're driving, writing,
Oh my god.
trying to route their like get the best route, and they don't have an ETA on there. They just have to go with it and hope hope for the best.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Calculate your ETA by the miles.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh.
My god, we don't have
If you guys should tell us in the chat how it is to work a map, because GPS is something that we haven't lived without. So, we're not saying any. Our seasoned viewers is what we'll say. You have a lot of experience to your life. Let us know if you've ever had to use a map. I mean, my mom told me one time they missed their exit and it took them like 4 hours to get back on track with like the paper map. So like, things like, it's the little things that we take advantage of. And whenever I'm in like an Instagram comment section of a space reel, and I see somebody that's saying like, why are we funding this when we could be funding other, like saving our planet and something? It's like, well, you can have both.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I understand the concern for funding stuff that isn't Earth-centric, but also it's like the space research is what helps us understand how we can better take care of our Earth.
Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
weather satellites have given us data that have told us that the
That's
Earth
right.
is
Yeah.
experiencing issues that
Yeah.
we have helped to create. Like, they've also helped us understand how those things work, how the systems of the Earth work, and
I've been able to track all these tornadoes
Mhm.
and everything. That's
especially in the Midwest.
Yeah. You don't want to just be waking up one day and think,
Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah, so yeah, for sure we really need these space missions to go
Mhm.
and that's advancing like our technology here back on up.
Mhm.
And I think everyone should be in support for this. I would like to sit down with someone who's not in support. I will try and convince you.
Yeah.
I will try and convince you because and just give you like a very like have like a really really deep talk about how much space is helping us here on Earth right now.
Mhm. Well, Leslie, do you want to give any last comments?
Last comments. Yeah, please comment on our Instagram, on the live stream if you're interested or want to make some like fun comments about space. You know, we would love to read those and get back on that too. And check out our website if you're interested. If you're a student out there, professional or mentor, we'll be happy to have you part of Southeast Analog. We're a growing organization, so please tune in. And yeah, thank you for watching so far.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining me for this little conversational period. I think we're going to interview some of our OSO staff and get their opinions on some of the mission. So, well, thank you both so much. Here, I'll shake your hands even though I've met you before. All right, have a good one. And then you two can just come on and join me. I see you have some notes prepared.
You don't want to mess up the research.
All right. Yourselves, and then we'll just get right into your questions, okay?
Yeah, sure. Hi guys, my name is Soha Ali. I am a second year neuroscience student at DePaul University, and I am the PI for one of our projects, the Cognitive Control Project, which I'll talk about later.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Paulson. I am one of the OSOs as well as the only on-console flight surgeon. I am going into my 5th year at Northeastern as a health science major, minoring in nutrition and on the pre-med track.
Awesome. Well, I'll just get started with your questions. I mean, can you give us a brief overview of each research project? I mean, when we get to yours, go in as much depth as you want to, absolutely.
Yeah.
But just tell the audience what each research project is and what we expect to see from it, or just like what the astronauts are doing to be involved with those research projects, so that we can all have a better understanding of the research and development side of Southeast Analog.
So we have 3 main research projects that we are doing that are being carried out by the crew. The first one is ERAS, which is a autonomous rover, which instead of being controlled manually, when you think of rovers, it is actually using onboard sensors and control systems to be able to move the rover. Throughout this experiment, we'll be collecting information from these sensors and recording things like planned path versus its estimated actual path, as we won't know the exact ground position of the rover. The crew will observe where the rover for direct things such as drift, wheel slip, or unexpected behavior. We are testing to see how well the rover can understand and execute where it needs to go using its own systems. And this is important for space travel due to the delay with Earth, meaning that for future Moon or Mars missions, they will be more dependent on autonomous rovers. So this experiment will show the strong suits as well as the things that need to be improved with the autonomous rovers to make future space mission travel easier.
And then we have another experiment called COTS. So with COTS, it is in collaboration with a student group based in Bolivia. And with that, their rover is located in Bolivia. But our crew and on the Ferris will be able to control the rover from inside the hab, while the rover is on the complete opposite side of the world. So what they'll be able to do is that they basically have these components that they're able to take like live data and footage from the rover and be able to like in real time transfer that over to Bolivia. And so what they were able to do is that they're trying to basically build their rover using reusable parts and like low maintenance costs. They're finding their parts from all over the place. And so what they're doing is that they're creating a very sustainable sort of project, and they have very limited resources, but they're doing such a good job at having that.
Ultimately, they're testing how effectively we can remotely operate a lower cost rover across extreme environments from thousands of miles away, so that we can kind of get to know more about space, and ultimately with the delay to Earth, try and reduce that as well.
And then for our final project, that's my project, it's called the Cognitive Control Project. And it's a psych-based project looking at two different tests. You have a Stroop task and a test switching paradigm. And so what you're looking at is the reaction times and the accuracy level at different time points during the mission, to be able to basically look at how stress and being in extreme environment conditions, especially with like simulated green cards and other disruptive factors, are influencing the astronaut's ability to basically complete tasks, which might be a little bit confusing at certain times depending on when they take the test. And then also hopefully be able to shed light on whether having stable results in basically thinking like theories about like cognitive flexibility, or it will look at times of when their reaction times dip, and that can be something that future analog missions can basically plan scheduling around when are the most cognitive demanding tasks and how to unload that stress, basically.
Awesome, and yeah, that will definitely help in terms of like planning. I know Ops Plan does a lot of the structuring for the crew and kind of determining what they're going to be doing and when. And I mean, if like we want them to be psychologically present to the maximum in every task, but obviously that's not possible. So really getting the understanding from your research will absolutely help the future of space science understand how we can deal with those anticipated kind of declines or demands from the different activities that they do in their day, and then structure based on, okay, this one is less demanding after this one, so that they can recover and be at a more demanding task later on. So we're really excited to have one of our own PIs on our flight control team, because it really just ensures that the research is kind of the main focus of the mission, and just making sure that we keep our astronauts dedicated on their objective. And can also, it's nice that they can be able to ask you via Capcom communications some information regarding your research project. I mean, I know you've done a lot to really prepare for this, so there shouldn't be a lot of questions, but if they arise, we have you on staff to help answer that. So
Right, I'm always on console, but I definitely did tell them that if I'm sleeping, do not wake me up, do not call me.
That's good. That's good. We prioritize health and safety here. We don't want our people to be overworked or overstressed. There's some instances where we have to pull a little bit more on our sides, but we try to minimize that as much as possible to make sure that everybody here is safe and healthy and not in any mental or physical danger during the mission. So,
As the medical person, I would love that people like aren't stressing themselves
Yes,
out of time.
yes.
Otherwise, I'm gonna start stressing out more.
yeah, I feel like the once we got to 9:30 a.m. this morning, and when we went through and did our go no go, that really relieved a lot of pressure off. I felt I felt the vibe of the room just kind of change as soon as that happened. Everybody started talking on the loops. Everybody locked in really good. And now we're all just dedicated to the mission, and it's full speed ahead. We're all really excited to see how this plays out. And I mean, I think also what was really exciting is seeing some of our first visitors in our opening day. We had some people from a space museum here in Atlanta, as well as, I mean, we had Dr. Reedy, we had some of your grandparents.
Yep.
Gotta love the family support.
I love the family
I mean-
support. They wanted to come out and support my sister and I. They are very, very proud grandparents of their grandchildren.
And they should be. They should be. You both are very, very talented individuals, and you included, Soha. Like,
Yes.
you're an honorary grandchild.
You're an honorary grandchild. You're part of the Paulson family.
They are going to adopt all of the flight controllers as grandchildren.
1000%.
Mhm.
Honestly, they would.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell. I had a conversation with your grandmother while I was getting a bagel, and it was just so, like, she's just a lovely woman.
So
And-
southern. The southern hospitality
Yes.
doesn't end.
Yes, it doesn't.
Bless your heart. What can I do for you?
Yeah, and you're up north, so it's kind of
Yeah.
funny to see the little bit of a difference coming
Yes.
there. And I mean, Vic has been down here for a while.
She has.
Yeah, so it's just it's great to see the family support. And I mean, talking about a little bit family support, is there anything you want to say to your families back at home about the mission?
I want to say thank you to my parents for letting me fly out to Georgia by myself. I know that you guys are probably freaking out right now, and you're probably like trying your best not to call me every 5 minutes. But like, I just want to let you guys know that I appreciate all the sacrifices you've made, and I am so happy that you guys support my my research and wanting me to like be more intellectually like out there. So thank you guys. Thank you so much.
I don't think I can top that. Should have gone first. I'd like to thank my parents for supporting me through this, as well as thank my older sister, Vic, for recruiting me onto this and giving me such an amazing opportunity and a lot of responsibilities, and kind of throwing me into an industry that is so far from anything I've ever done before, but I've enjoyed every moment of it, and I'm very grateful that my grandparents have flown out just to support us. So thank you.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, if I were to give thanks to anyone, I think my mom would definitely be the person I am. She's always pushed me and encouraged me to thrive, and my dad and my stepmom have always been there to support me, especially in my lowest times, and remind me that I'm not just my grades as well. So I want to thank all of my parents so much for making me the person I am today, and for encouraging me to chase my dreams and be here at Georgia Tech. Dad and Jody, I will use those pickleball paddles throughout this mission and make sure that Southeast Analog gets into pickleball, because we got to stay actively fit.
On console pickleball?
Mm-hmm. On console pickleball. I don't know how it'll work, but we'll hit it. We'll whack it across the room,
I'm down for
break
that.
some equipment in the process, and you know what?
We won't tell.
We won't tell. You know what? There will be footage of it. The room will be.
Oh no.
But thank you to our families for making this possible. I know I can speak for all of the flight controllers that none of this would have been possible without the love and support from those dearest to us. This is never a one-person effort. It's always, I mean, a team plus the people supporting those people on the team. So thank you everyone for that. I'm going to go into your next question. So what does research in an isolated habitat look like, especially for this mission?
Yeah, just in general, when you have research in an isolated habitat, you basically have the ability to control all of the different factors that are going into this. So when you have a simulated kind of emergency, or when you have something that you simulate, you're not putting the crew in actual danger, but you are able to get those like actual results from like that. So you can create procedures, you can create like, you can have that data and be able to influence like what's going on. And I know, like, when you're in those environments, you also, like, produce a lot of confounding variable. So when you're out in space, you're basically up to, like, whatever the environment's going to throw at you, right? You're in a zero, like, you know, like, you're not in the kind of environment, atmosphere you would be here on Earth, right? So you can't, you don't know what to expect. But being able to simulate things down here where it's, like, safer and, you know, hopefully the crew, nothing bad happens to them. But I hope not. But
Flight surgeon's gonna get a call.
We'll hear from them soon, so we'll know how they're feeling.
yeah, but yeah, you're just basically able to choose what you're looking at and be able to build it on from there, like your research.
Yeah, the research is able to then be standardized, which helps increase the reliability and reproducibility of the data. So it allows for more further investigation into the experiments that are being run, which I think is really cool that we kind of get to be the start of something.
Yeah, I mean, scientific process to the T, pretty much. Yeah, isolate all your variables and pick which ones you want to change.
Yeah, exactly.
So, very amazing that we have this opportunity to do this and that we'll continue to do this in the future. And for my next question, how has your experience overall with Southeast Analog been thus far?
Honestly, it's been literally mind-blowing. I joined back in November. I went to an event called the Space Gala, which is hosted by Reinvented Magazine. And basically they bring about like 30-ish like minority groups or like females in STEM, you know, women in STEM to the NASA Center, and they basically do like an entire like event, right? And so I got selected and I went down there and I got to meet Vic, who was basically talking about this program, and I'm like, I've never heard of anything about like this in my life. Am I even allowed to be a part of this? Because like I'm a freshman, I have no backing or experience. And she's like, yeah, we basically, if you have that motivation, if you have that drive, we will take you. And so I basically I joined the first GBM meeting, and right out there I became one of the astronaut medical and psych training leads. So I got to work with the crew from the very beginning and be able to like grow with them and teach them a lot of cool like basic stuff. And then obviously I got my project, and then now I'm an OSO flight controller, so it's literally been the most craziest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Like, this is so far from like anything I've ever done, but yeah, I love Southeast Analog.
I am very different. I've enjoyed my time overall with Southeast Analog. It has definitely been very much a whirlwind for me. I feel like I don't think I've had the experience in a way where getting recruited the way everyone else was. I first heard about Southeast Analog in January, and Vic asked me to apply, saying, "You're medical and we would love some medical people. Please come and join." And I was like, but I know nothing about space. I know only what you've told me. And Vic was like, that doesn't matter. You'll figure it out. I'm like not worried. And I originally said, I don't know if now's the time, as I had so much on my plate. And then I got on a very strange call with Vic and Alan, and them kind of recruiting me into it. And I said, give me a week, let me think about this. And I ended up saying yes. And 2 weeks later, after I said yes, so I ended up joining in March, and 2 weeks later, I was on a flight to come and train, do our training weekends. So there was a lot I had to learn in a very short amount of time, but the amount of responsibilities that I've had working as an OSO, as well as being the head of nutrition and exercise, as well as being part of the medical team and working with medical students, and being the only on-console flight surgeon has been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed every moment of it.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for those amazing testimonials of Southeast Analog. I mean, I think I was most excited in April. We had a lot going on in April. When we first had the flight controllers come in for the in-person training weekend. And we all got to meet each other and socialize and learn together, play Blood on the Clock Tower, do the lunar thing. Did your team survive in the lunar base?
My team died every single time.
See, I'm glad I was with the astronauts, okay? And the astronauts did have self-preservation in mind, which I'm really glad about, because I would hope they would prioritize their own lives over any research objectives, because we are not about to put research over the astronauts. So it was very relieving to see that they both times were able to survive. Minimum requirement of an astronaut crew that's isolated. Yeah, it's like, don't want it to be we leave them at Titan Ranch and then 2 hours later the whole place is on fire. Like, no, knock on wood, don't want anything to happen like that. That would be.
Surgeon doesn't want that.
Yeah, no, please no real anomalies
No
besides
real
communication.
anomalies. Only green cards.
Only green cards.
No, someone saying that they have cardiac arrest.
Knock on wood. Which all of these people are very healthy and very.
The process that you did to select them was really, really interesting.
It was very interesting. I mean, some of it is still kept a little secretive because we want to keep that a little bit of a surprise for future astronaut applicants. But I can tell you that it was a 24-hour observation period, and they all thought they were going camping. That's all I will say.
Everything else is top secret.
Everything else is top secret. I mean, there's been some other other details that have come out, but I don't remember.
Filing the rest away.
Yeah, the rest is gone, and you will never see it again. Just kidding. Eventually, we'll share more and more as we go, but we want to keep this stuff kind of in our pocket in the case that we want to use it again, because the whole point of the selection weekend is you don't know what you're going to face, and we need to test your adaptability. So if you're wanting to apply as an astronaut, then stay tuned for applicants or applications later this fall, and then just be mindful that you are going to be tested, because we need to make sure that you will be one of the best we have. And I mean, we truly got the best crew this first time. I mean, all 10 finalists that we had were amazing individuals, but like this crew dynamic that we have with these 6 people it's just phenomenal. I don't think I could have asked for anything better.
They each bring such a unique aspect.
They do.
Because they come from like such different backgrounds.
And they're also willing to learn and to stay on. I know there were a lot of times of uncertainty, and they just stuck through. And they basically they made it so that we had to communicate with them in a, like, because it's easy when you're trying to plan so much to forget about some of the larger things too, like communication with your astronauts crew. And they made sure that we continued communicating with them and established that point of contact, and they provided all of their requirements to us, and we all worked together. And that's the best part about collaboration, is everybody ends a little bit happier than when they started. So I know our crew is having a good time in their long sleepover.
They're so excited.
I know. I saw the footage of them yesterday, and I'm like, oh my gosh, these people are going to have so much fun.
We need to make MCC hype as the
I know, and Tico's tonight, like. But it's amazing to see how everybody's grown to be such good friends and really learn how to cooperate with each other and adapt with each other. So, and you all have really helped with that as well. So just thank you for that. And for my final question with you, if you had unlimited funds, what would you choose to research?
You want to go first? Yeah. I was actually talking with like the head of research a little bit earlier about this, but at my core, I'm a neuroscience that like training to be one. But I love the brain. I think it's so fascinating. And so one thing I would love to research is like brain metabolism in space. It's like something that's like so it's like kind of growing now a little bit. But I first heard about this project from a student at the University of Toronto, and she was basically explaining how like you know, your brain takes up so much energy in your body, but when you're in space, like, you need to conserve that energy, right? And so it's looking at what can we do to make sure you preserve that energy and be able to, like, and look at that, like, the brain, I'll know that. I don't know, I think it's so fascinating, and I would love to research that one day, but yeah, that's my project I would do.
It sounds like your cognitive control project really stemmed out of that interest.
Oh, 100%, yes.
Okay, if I had unlimited money to do a research project, I would probably do something where it's more looking into the longitudinal health effects within space travel. There are a few different facets to it. One would be kind of looking at metabolic functions with different gravity, because GI motility is very, very important for everything, and just metabolizing in general all the nutrients within the foods that they're eating. And so I want to see what the different gravity has on the mobility function, just to see if they are getting enough nutrition, as well as just in general seeing the before and after, the nutrition deficits that they might end up having just within the food that they're given, and finding out ways to give them the nutrients that they need through multiple studies, as well as probably looking at how to make space travel less taxing on the body, as it tends to have really harmful long-term effects among astronauts. So I would want to figure out ways to reduce that, as well as ways to reduce radiation exposure, as that's going to be going up for the astronauts with more and more space travel happening.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I know I said that was the last question, but I do have one more that's a follow-up to that,
Okay.
because I can't remember who it was, but I think your sister told me that it was either your sister or it was Sarah.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. I'm nervous.
But I was told that the food plan for the astronaut, the meal plan,
Yes.
is like your child, and
It
you
is.
could talk all about it. So let's hear about the food plan,
1000%.
okay? Because that's interesting. People don't think
Yeah.
about what you have to eat when you're in space. You can't just.
I didn't until
Yeah.
I was like, no one touched this, and then people touched it, and I was like, no. The exercise in the meal plan has definitely been my child. I birthed it, and so much time and effort has gone into it. For the exercise plan specifically, because that ties straight into how the nutrition was planned, or the meal plan came, or was made up. I asked Vic what kind of is expected of NASA astronauts when they are in space, and what that training kind of includes, and I was given not too much detail about it, but given an overall view of having a warm-up, as well as circuit training, cardio, and then into a cool down. But they do have to work out for 2.5 hours based off of NASA protocol. And so all of the exercises that I created were following NASA protocol and really researching what would be the best exercises for them to do, as well as rotating it within the schedule to strengthen all parts of their body, as well as keeping up their cardiovascular health, and ways to reduce bone density loss that you would normally experience when going into space. And so that ended up kind of birthing the meal plan. I had to do that first, because the meal plan was based off of number one, the restrictions that the crew gave me, so whether they were vegetarian or not, things that they would not eat. Everyone said no powdered eggs, and I said they're cheap. We were given given a very, very small budget to make the meal plan. So a lot of thought and effort had to go into that. But using those restrictions and then calculating their baseline activity that they would have and how many calories they would burn through that. And then based off of adding the calories that they would burn based off of the exercise protocol for each person. So everyone has a very, very individualized meal plan that is based off of their height, their weight, and the amount of calories that they would burn based off of those added to a baseline. And then the meal plan in itself, I had to do so much research to just get the consumables, as that was not originally going to be my task when we had our different location. And my Slack wasn't working for a little bit. So I found out towards the end of the purchasing deadline saying, hey, like, have you found the consumables yet for the meal plan? And I said, what?
What consumables?
What consumables? But that is not on Southeast Analog's part at all, rather other factors.
There's a lot of factors that influence this.
Yeah.
100%.
And I think Southeast Analog took it on the chin and kept going, which I think has been really cool to see, like some setbacks that really haven't been able to be controlled and were kind of unavoidable, and see how SEA was able to kind of bounce back from those. But we originally had chosen products, and then we then had to research some more and find some more products. But the amount of effort that has gone into these meal plans, I have probably spent over 100 hours just working on these meal plans, making sure that they are really getting the astronauts all the nutrients they need. So their vegetables and fruits, they have go-go squeeze, because I was like, I gotta think what would be the packaging that they would need. And so that was another thing. Since I've done nutrition training, I've kind of learned more about how to make a meal plan for one person based off of a technically unlimited amount of resources. And this was definitely a different kind of challenge, where it was, how can you make sure that food waste is at its least, as well as foods that are able to be preserved and last in space for a long time. So I think it was very, very interesting, and I learned a lot through doing it. But yeah, it's definitely my baby.
Yeah.
No one touch it.
Well, is there any food company that in the future you would hope Southeast Analog could get sponsor or partnerships with?
So probably Mountain House. We have Mountain House for one of them. We are using ReadyWise a lot this year, so ReadyWise, call me. Call us. And I think Backpackers Pantry would be another one, because those ones had a lot. And there was a lot of interesting things. And I also think, again, working within a budget, there are probably more. And so I would love us to figure out ways to get more foods and more nutrients through other sources for the astronauts. We're also using some Kirkland stuff from Costco, so...
Is that where the little applesauce packets come from?
No, that's from Amazon.
Oh.
Amazon? Definitely sponsor us.
Yeah. Send us stuff.
Please. But the trail mix is all Kirkland brands, so that's gonna be their main snack. So I would definitely love to see a lot of brands reaching out to be a part of such an amazing project, as well as really getting to give the astronauts the best food that they can possibly have, and maybe potentially, if people do, we can look more into looking at the nutrition deficits that they have.
Mm-hmm. And I know that we also have like dietary restrictions
Yeah.
with some of the crew members. How did you accommodate that?
When selecting, I really wanted to make sure that we had enough vegetarian meals. Half of our crew is vegetarian, half of our crew is not. So 3 and 3, which made it easier on my end.
Mm-hmm.
But I really wanted to make sure that the food that we were getting was vegetarian friendly. And when we switched to ReadyWise, most of the meals ended up being vegetarian. And so that created a new problem where I was like, I have to find some not vegetarian meals, because if the crew isn't always eating a vegetarian diet,
Mm-hmm.
it could cause like energy depletion, and I
Mm-hmm.
didn't want that. So I wanted to make sure that when we were giving them meals that they were having the nutrients that they would normally consume. Best for energy.